Oh, I really messed up. The Swords LEDs. The Swords LEDs. So, we're gonna need to fix them today. How's it going, everybody? So, hope you want. Blah 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 blah. I hope you enjoyed my wonderful singing. I know I have the most beautiful singing voice. That's why I went into singing professionally. And you can go to one of many of my opera plays that are on show, like right now. I'm getting so sidetracked. Maybe I'm just avoiding the inevitable, which is fixing some of the biggest mistakes that we've made on the channel yet. I got comfort tea. So, a few weeks ago, I had mentioned that I learned that my glue that I've been using can short high voltage pretty easily. So I was like, yeah, okay, lesson learned. We're gonna take a lot of time to mangle some of our battery compartment and get it all out, clean it up, and rewire a whole bunch of stuff. That really set us back a few days, and like, lesson learned. We won't do that. We won't be doing that again. We will be taking our time, letting glue dry, and then last week's stream occurred, and I didn't heed any of those warnings, and literally I just plugged it in on stream while it was definitely full of with wet glue, and that was, I guess, enough for it to short out on me. And yeah, that night when I went to go plug it in, I was noticing some of the lights were acting kind of funky. So I unplugged it and left it for the rest of the night to dry out. I even put it in a notoriously dry area of our apartment, a place like where we can't put indoor plants because they dry out too quick and they'll die there. For whatever reason, the HVAC air circulation there, with its proximity to the windows, very dry spot. So I used that to conveniently dry up the sword quicker than usual. And, yeah, there's been some damage. So now that that glue is dry, let me show you what we're going to be dealing with today. So, give the head. See that? There's some dead LEDs right there. And we got the same problem on the other side too. So while I was working in this area, wet glue had got into the onto some of the components on the LED strip, and it shorted them all out. And yeah, in several spots we have these dead LEDs, and that's kind of aggravating. If I change up the color, even sometimes there's like, yeah, it doesn't match the same color anymore. So I've determined, in order for me to salvage this build, we're going to need to tear it open. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to this either. I've been dreading this all day. I've been more or less looking forward to the stream because I want to fix my mistakes and I want to make this right. But we've got a lot of work ahead of us today. So I have for us a replacement LED LED strip. This has an actual like little rubber coating on it, so it has some sort of like protection, so you can actually put it like outside. It's weatherproof. Yeah, I should have been using the stuff to begin with. Like, I'm using wet materials with it. I should have known. I've been too callous so far, and up until this sword, we've been working with lower voltage LEDs, and so none of the battery compartments I've been working with have been higher than, was it 3.6 volts? Yeah, 3.6 volts. So that's a quarter, just over a quarter of the power that is required by these lights. And the problem that happens then is that even working with 3.6 volts, you can short out a single LED quite easily with that amount of voltage. There are some of the higher capacity, some of these LEDs can actually take 3.6 volts, but they're heckin' bright at that capacity. If you short out these wires, which has 12 volts running through them at all times, and then they're paired up with little resistor computer modules that kind of delineate to the controller on what to like turn on and off, how to actually program them. So that stuff is all like cased up on these. If you short out that 12 volts, then yeah, the moment that amount of power goes to any of those LEDs, they're kaput. So that's what I did, and I need to fix that. We're gonna perform some surgery today. I am concerned that we're going to lose some of the blade work that we've done. I'm going to do my best to be as delicate as I can. But, man, I'm not looking forward to this. This is going to get wired up onto this. It's going to be a little bit of work to do that, but first things first is getting all this off of there. Let's take a moment to decompress. Okay. And we're gonna be careful, cautious. We're working with a very sharp tool. I'll put my hair up so I don't have to poke myself in the eye with it, because I need to brush the hair out of my eye. So yeah, the first time this happened, I didn't share this experience of trying to fix the mistake with you guys. Kind of just gutted everything back here and came back to the camera, but figured you guys would enjoy my failures. It's part of the creative process, right? So let's revel in the fact that we are not always perfect and we can make mistakes, and taking time to fix those mistakes, that's the lesson. These poignant moments where to realize. Slow down. Feels so wrong. I'm wondering, it'd be worthwhile just to just ignore the fact that there's just a strip of LEDs in under here. If I could just rewire these in here. That would save me a lot of time, and then we could focus on accessing in behind these guys here. I think that would save me from really mucking up the blade as well. Probably going to be the best course of action, I think. So to dissect this, that little bit there, just cutting that became quite challenging. As much as I love Wellbond, it is not a forgiving tool. Oh, I'm not ending. I'm not ending. I accidentally pressed. I gotta move my mouse. There we go. Yeah. So that little bit there, that was a challenge. So if I keep doing that all down here, I'm just gonna ruin the blade. I'm gonna have to end up reconstructing the entire piece, and that's going to be quite annoying. So I think our best bet is to cut back following these lines here, and hopefully it won't be too hard to pry back this piece, and then I'm hoping we can salvage it. Fingers crossed. Okay. I'm just gonna start with a nice little light score. Ooh, not the ditch there that I want to follow. More light. Is there a reverb? Hope not. I think we're going to be okay. I think this is just going to be a bit of a time-consuming process to cut this all back nice and cleanly. We're just going to rip out those LEDs here and probably cut the LEDs back on the sides and just say, you can have those LEDs, Sword. Those are yours to keep. They'll never be powered. And we'll just lay a new strip over top of it and call that a day. It's just if I go through the effort to try and tear them out, they're going to cause a lot more damage. And so we're going to we'll find another method to add some translucency to these guys here. Maybe I can find some more plastic like this. I'm not concerned about shorting this stuff out because of that the protective weathering layer on this one, which was our big problem before. So the only other concern I have is length here. I'm going to need to run them back and forth. Though now that I do have the design really kind of positioned, we could lay these very strategically and then just solder these points together on each end, or if we can get a nice fold. My problem was before I couldn't get a nice fold. I think these guys came with the connectors. Alright, let's continue cutting. Really annoying is that there's quite a lot of this strip is there's no damage on it. It's just wherever there was glue that leaked onto it, there's quite a significant amount of damage. So like I can salvage parts of it, of the strip, but it's almost useless because the moment you want to actually control it, and you add one of these little LED controllers onto it, it has no real ability to speak to each little resistor or computer nodule on the LED strip, because they're all out of order and everything. Yeah. If I had better control programming abilities, you could use them with like you can make your own controllers and you can find a lot of use from it. But as far as we're concerned, they just become dead or dumb LEDs from that point, after we torn them off of here. I am really hoping we don't have that issue when we go to plug this in here. If we do, I have the controller for this, and we'll have to just swap out that as well, which is not a concern. The biggest concern is just getting into these LEDs here. I would say the main lesson learned here is one about using weathered LEDs. Three people in the audience tonight. Welcome to the studio, guys. think we'll end up cutting some acrylic pieces to clean up these edges that we were cutting here. I'll cap off this. I realize sometimes I just don't finish my sentences. You guys understand what I'm saying. It's okay. Get warm. Hmm. Yes, one side opened. Actually, I think this one's not even the bad side. So the other side is pretty certain there's charring, but right here. Regardless, the more we work on this, the more I fear that something is going to happen to these LEDs, and I want to get them out of use anyways. So all it took for the side ones to burn all out was just one leak of Wellbond. So I'm gonna take a quick break, use the washroom and whatnot, and then get back. We will start on the other side, and then we will be cutting it all out. Stay tuned. And we're back. I was just texting with the future owner of this sword here. He thinks I'm crazy. But, you know, when we make mistakes, we want to fix them. So that's what we're doing today. We are fixing a bunch of busted LEDs that shorted out when we applied too much glue to our project. And we are putting in weathering or weatherproof LEDs. So these are ones typically meant for outdoors, so they have like a rubber coating on it, so it's rainproof, and fingers crossed, well, bond-proof. So we've torn out one side of the runes to access the LEDs there. We are about to dissect the other side here, and then we are going to cut out those strips, which I don't know, we'll salvage for a future build that just needs some dumb LEDs that can be colored. But for this guy, we want the smartest LEDs we can have that about $30 can buy, right? So that's what these guys are all about. You can just pick up packs of strips of LEDs. They'll come with a little controller here that has a little wireless controller. So our magic sword here is going to be super powerful. Magical. But we're all about fixing our mistake today, where we shorted out these wires here. As you can see, some of them aren't working, or giving off the wrong colors, or yeah, doing all kinds of funky stuff. My bad. Lessons learned. Don't use unweathered LEDs for things like this, especially when we're working with 12 volts. All right. First, I'm gonna score here, the edge, make the cut, and then we'll pry it up. like I'm performing surgery. Moments like that where it gets like really tough, like in the operating room scenes when they're really getting through like the ribs in a body and they have to get a little rough. It may seem violent, but it's necessary. Cut there into the side. But like I said, I'm going to need to basically suture up this cut that I'm making. I'm going to do that with strips of acrylic. So, actually, I'm not speeding up. shortsies. Let's all take a deep breath. Let's all decompress. Think the worst of it is over. We can smooth sail here for a bit, I think. That's a complete lie. The electronics part, I think, is the most difficult challenge. Haven't quite. The hilt is a story. So it's gonna be fun. I really like this controller because it has buttons on it. The one that came with this one doesn't have buttons on it, but the one that came with this one has a kind of a plug-in connection. This one's hardwired into this controller. Wouldn't be an issue if they hadn't messed up the order of these pins on the board here. That's logic board. They hadn't messed up the order of these pins on the logic board. I could have just soldered this directly to the board, and it, bing bang, would have been done. Though that would have been the lazy way out, because I think we want to be strategic with our LED placements. Because we get to be now. We know where the design of our runes are, so we can work to actually place the LEDs in certain spots. That's my goal for today. Take these out, and hopefully when it's all said and done, we'll have an even better looking product than what we had started with. I think either way it's going to be better looking because it won't have broken LEDs in it. I think that's reason enough for today's task. As for the side ones, yeah, they're goners. They're just going to be lost to the sword. Yeah. You can actually see some of the spots that are shorted. Well, I can. I don't think the camera can pick some of these spots up. Like right here. I will try. Yeah, see how it's different colored in there? Right? It kind of goes like it's all kind of like smooth, and then it's like a gross brown spot right about there. Yeah, that's a short. That's where the 12 volt connected directly to the LED, and there's another one right there. Another one right there. There. Yeah, big cluster of them in here. Awful. The sides ultimately got the brunt of the damage, so I don't even think it's worth salvaging those LEDs anyways. That's why we're just going to paste this right on top. As for these guys, let's get them out of there. Be careful with this. Color is very important to us. So much this stuff. Technically, all of this is kind of garbage to us. So, I think what we're going to do look away if you have a weak stomach. Not the controller. The controller saves this. Be more careful with that button, the mouse. And these times I'm going to swipe it, I'm going to hit stop stream, and then I won't even notice until like 3 hours later, and it won't even be streaming. Or worse, I won't be streaming, and then I'll be accidentally hit that button, and then I'll end up clicking start stream, and who knows what will get broadcasted then. Yeah, shortage. Oh, LED right there. Really, I'm going to assume that these guys aren't completely. These guys aren't complete goners, that I could salvage this for some other project. And then, yes. Same story. That runs up and here. Do that before we get started. Put it back down. These guys, questionable. I'll resolve that off camera. This is where the fun stuff starts. Let's see if this controller will communicate to that strand properly. I'm going to need a... I don't think I have alligator clips that can last 12 volts. They generally don't like it. When I was testing these for LEDs, that's the... when I first started this project, I ended up using some of these thinner alligator clips when I was building up the multiple AA batteries. And then I was feeling the connections when I went to go unclip them. They were a little toasty. I was like, oh, that's may not be right. Strip too much. Stripped too much. I need better wire strippers. I have these ones which they work great to just like take a lot of the shielding off, but it's not very accurate at stopping. Taking only one layer off and not tearing out the other wires underneath. Small little guys, it really fails me. Sometimes it's really good, and then others it's just like Yeah, I'm gonna take the whole wire. Oh, that is too much. Okay. Which would you suspect would be the red LED? Is it the red wire? No. It's the white wire. Which would you suspect is the green LED? That's right, it's green. Which would you suspect is the blue LED? That's right, the black. The black. Did you ever wire this, like, do that and then realize, oh, B didn't mean black. B meant blue. And then when they got to the 12 volt, and they're like, I don't even know what happened here. Why would you make the 12 volt red? I guess quite often red is positive. But I don't. Silly. Silly. Right. Theoretically, if I plug that in, this should have power. Now, I'm hoping these guys are a little smarter. Blue is blue. Yeah, look at that. Red is red. Green is green. And 12 volt is white. That seems logical to me. Am I being too snarky? So I want red. Let's do this. This is challenging. I need smaller alligator lips. I need like a breadboard. I'll grab one of those. I'm wondering if these came with some sort of easily plug into. It did not. Let's try to do this. most importantly, I don't want them to touch the 12 volt, which is so close. Yep. This is what we're doing. I'll give myself some more leeway so I can play with this in the future if I need that. Actually, I have a friend that could use that. She has 2 LED controllers that are meeting up to 2 female connections. And she's like, I wired this and I don't know what to do. Actually, I don't think she wired it. I think a friend, she moved into a place that had these. Yeah. So I could make a jump cable for her, I think. This. Alright, this is going to be much safer. No shorting. Last thing we need is to just get this far into our fix, only to just cause another problem. So, we've got our 12 volt right here. It's going to go to our 12 volt here. Okay. Just to confirm, our white is our 12 volt. Red is our 12 volt. Now, red cable to connect our red. Oops. It kind of sucks. And the red is going to white cable. That makes sense. Who makes these things? I could find out, but that's a tangent I don't want to get on. And we'll use just for fun. We're gonna. Oh no. Yeah, we will. Yeah. The blue. We'll use a white. Blue. Let's do black here. And then last we have green. Let's do our green. Oops. Nothing crossing over. Nothing crossing over. All right, let's test. Power control here. We can't have it running too long, otherwise it will overheat in the coil there. But, I don't have a concern of shorting because there's no liquids nearby other than the remains of my bubble tea here, which is all just bubbles now. Hey, and we were on white last. Oh, that's not good. Red turned to green. Green turned to red. Blue. Blue is blue. Blue is blue. Who wired this controller? That's maddening. White is white. Red is green. I'm glad I did this test. I would have been so mad if I had wired all of this up only for it to give me the wrong color. I would have had to like remake the wireless control. Oh, that would have been just so infuriating. Okay, so green is turning to red and red is turning to green. Yeah. Yeah, and so when I ask it to turn to orange, it's just like I don't even know what you want. Purples, it's so confused too. Super weird. White, it's like I got that one. I know it. I know white. All right, let's turn that off. So unplug. So I don't want any shorting to occur. We need to flip green and red. Which feels more incorrect? This guy, right? This feels wrong. Like someone messed up the printing on the logic board or something like that. Doesn't make any sense to me at all. All right. We have a they have a programming thing here that basically has the same connection type as this. They programmed all their logic boards by using a similar plug. Interesting to me. So distracted. We need to switch green and red, which is the white and green. White and green are these two. No shorting is occurring. We're on white. Red is red. Green is green. Blue is blue. Orange, yellows, greens. You can't expect too much from greens. Green LEDs are complexity in themselves. Quite often to get green, it's a green LED, not a mixture of yellow and blue, because there is no yellow. We are literally working with RGB, and it's working to like fool the brain. So when you want to try and get different colored greens, like more lime colored greens, you have no ability to go into that spectrum because there's no yellow. You try and create more of a swampy color by adding the red and blue or white. That's the only other colors you have to work with. So you can't really emulate yellow very well using those colors. Yeah, little fun fact for you. I am happy with this. Happy with that. Everything's gonna work. We're feeling good. I feel like I need to move the camera down a little bit here. Hand gestures. Okay. Let's cut power and plan our routing with this. I'm trying to think if I want to create a diagram of this, so I save myself some time in the future. I do. I wish Life just had like a little quick save feature. It's just like a little, you know, Control C this, and we'll come back to it. We've got from the controller. 12 volt needs to go to our red. red, goes to a red, goes to, okay, this red specifically, goes to white. Got our R goes to white, goes to a green, goes to a green. So literally, it is the logic board. This R should be G. The G needs to be, I suspect, red. So G is the green wire. I really like this song. I think I keep saying it every time it comes up. I'm just like, that's good vibes. So G to green to the red. The red. G is red. And then E on the board goes to black, which goes to white, which goes to blue. Who made this? Who are you? IntelliRock from... No. The quality assurance sucks. I can imagine your departments aren't speaking correctly, and someone's mad at someone else. Because either way, someone had to deal with that. Aren't pleased. Or it's just one person, and they're just like, well, I messed that up. Oh well. We're not about that in the studio. We fix our mistakes. Lots of time and expense. Should like save this and just make more tea later. Okay. Hard part next. I keep saying we're over the hard parts, but I'm lying every time. I only say it for myself. So for sure, this goes down the center, or the sides. The largest piece of the LEDs, and then the remainder of this needs to be divided up in two sides. I didn't like the division that I actually went with last time. I think there's a better sort of arrangement that I can make with this. Gonna see how much LED I have. I'm really thinking it would be smart of me to cut things down to parts of these. 3 LEDs per cut. Interesting. That's what I would need to do here. We've done a little solder connection here. This is more than one wire run joined. Fine. Okay. Sorry. Got distracted. My ADHD is just off the rails today. Ideally, I want 4 good runs of this. So I just measure it. Let's unspool it all and then get a tape measure. I think I have a... Yes, I do. How accurate this guy is, though. I think the last time I used this, I noticed that the inches weren't an inch long. They were longer. Like it has been stretched over time. But maybe that was a different one. What was my problem with this guy? Was it that I just found him too short? I don't know. I'm just double checking this guy if I need to throw him out or not. I think I threw out the one that was broken. Yeah, no, this guy's fine. Okay. This guy here. I want to mark it. To be completely honest, I don't think this specific strand is what's going to be going on the blade edge. I just want to make sure that I'm going to have enough lengths to run to, or how much to divide each run up to put on each side of the broad side of the sword. Here. Is what is this gonna? Oh, 60. How many? This is okay. This is what I hated about this. This is what it was. It didn't end or terminate on an exact spot. It was just like 60 and a bit extra. 61 and a half. That's what I didn't think about it. It makes me want to fix that. I'm so distracted today. Where were we? So it's 61 and a half. Let's try to remember that this time. Go to start this. Where's my mark? Choose a more permanent one. It's right there. Good. So 61 and half. Jeez, okay. 61 and a half. Interesting. So 123. Okay. Give me, I guess, 30 centimeters or 30 inches per run. Need to cover. Look at that. So 30 inches. Where do the LEDs lie in that 30 inches? There, now I have the actual like numbered grid. My numbers are on the other side of the cutting board. Start from the end here. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 14, 28. So go here. Basically, we'll go one strip there, and then the other strip slightly offset, so the LEDs are going back and forth, kind of waving back and forth. I should be able to... I have a theory. I should be able to just wire all of them power, like, wire all of the power up down at the bottom. The previous LED strip that we had, it ran one continuous strip all the way up, all the way down, and then around the blade edge, and then on the back side all the way up and then down. I don't think we need to do that. I think when we're making these cuts, we can make a nice solder connection. Yeah, we just make these two strips soldered down here. And again on the other side. It's 4 connections. It's already getting very ambitious. I'm not a good solderer. Basically welding, I'm not good at it. And then very mini welding. And we have one more run, which we could do in 2 pieces. If that gave us one more LED. It'd be nice if we could get 2 LEDs to just kind of like meet up at the tip. So it's just kind of a nice bright spot.
Yeah. What's my way of testing this? Let's rewire it for a moment. Use this guy. Already it's gonna get some use. Strip back this as well. There. Thinking I'm understanding this guy a bit better. I just haven't been dialing in the diameter of the wire. Yeah, look at that. I did it. See, Adam Savage recommended me a pair of the, well, yeah, he personally recommended to me in a private conversation that we were having to pick up a pair of these. It was from his book. And I didn't understand it. And then I just had an aha moment, and I was like, oh, what is... Maybe I've just been using this little caliper here wrong. And that is correct, I have been. I'm sure someone else out there explains it better than I, and I don't. I might be wrong. I might be even wrong if I try to explain it here, so I'm not going to. But the further this goes up to the tip, the smaller the wire you should be able to work on. That's my theory. And so far, hey, I mean, it's kind of working. These are very delicate, these little ones. I'm starting to realize that this LED strip that we had first used is heckin' cheap. Sorry, Adam. I didn't mean to put a cheap product into our wonderful masterpiece here. But this wire is so skinny. We're running 12 volts down this thing? So this just uses the same dummy pin configuration as before. We need to run kind of an interference into this connection. It's just another test to see if we'll be able to make it a lot cleaner. We won't need to worry about the pinch point that I was creating up here. We'll start with our 12 volts, which was right here. Goes to white. Alligator clips are garbage. Thanks, Amazon. I've been kind of rough with them, to be honest. But the R goes to green because yeah, makes sense. red. Just here. The good of alligator clips, if they don't clip. Stay. And then finally our blue, which is black. Cables, get out of here. No shorting. Here, there. There. Right. So, my thesis, they should all work and still be able to be color controlled, regardless of them having even possibly the same computer resistor number. Fingers crossed, everybody. I see red everywhere, and in all the right ways. Green. Okay, so we have our old strip here, right? There's no plastic cover on it, and we have our new strip here. There is plastic cover on it. Woo! Cool. I call that a win. Blue, white. That's awesome. That is awesome. Okay. So that means we can break this guy down, and we'll be able to solder the pieces into shorter lengths. Not looking forward to that. I don't know if I told you yet, but I'm really bad at soldering. All right, let's disconnect all this. More fear of any shorting here. We can get rid of this guy again, because I still don't want to use it. But it does mean we get to have a little more fun with this. That's me on it. I'm gonna go to break. I'm gonna go eat this boba. And I'll be back in about 5 minutes. When we return, we're gonna cut this guy up. And then lay it out. And stick it down. Will we solder it today? I'll look at my supplies while I'm on break. Maybe we'll actually feel ambitious enough to actually do that soldering. Oh, that's nerve-wracking. I'm not good at it, guys. I'll be back.
You know, the more I think about the construction of these LED strips, the more I question it. There has to be a better way to have designed these. Why are you running a death strip, basically, right next to the LEDs and controlling its resistance, the amount of power it's getting at the LED level? Why aren't you doing that at the controller level? Why even offer 12 volts to it at any time? I don't... Does it have to do with the length of it? There's something I've got to be missing with it. I'm not an electrician. I'm not that good with electronics. As we can see, I have made some mistakes with this build, but it has been quite the learning experience. I don't know. Maybe I can convince a collaboration with Mehdi over on Electric Boom. That would be really fun. He's over in Vancouver. I could just like show up to wherever he lives, like a stalker or something, and just like be like, "Hey, I'm a YouTuber too. I have like 150 subscribers. We're like the same, you and me. We could collaborate." I'm sure he'd really appreciate that. Yeah. So we'll keep that on the back burner of ideas, and we'll return to that if, you know, maybe you guys can go out and convince Electric Boom to teach me electronics. Oh, can you imagine doing a collaboration? Too small of a channel. Like an ant to him. So we have determined 30 centimeters, or 30 inches, sorry. Centimeters is like a foot. 30 inches is the length we can allocate to 1/4 of the broad side of the sword. That's that cut line there. So then run that back. We have the LED there. Cut line there. Perfect. I need to maybe like get lessons from someone who makes these solders for a living. Just teach me how to solder. I don't know. Like, this seems very professional, but I can bet that a person did this. I feel like this is a finishing touch from someone. Whereas like a robot could easily apply this whole thing. Maybe not even. Like, a lot of this could be manufactured from tools. But I tracked again. That would be 2 sides there. Have to cut on that solder joint there. That leaves this on or the outside of our blade. Now, is that even enough? It feels like it's not anymore. Yeah, it's totally not. I was right. So how many LEDs do I want to recover for that side? It's frustrating because they come in groups of 3.
goes to there. They're cut at the end. Oh, there is. That's nice. Ooh, that means I could place that third LED. Is that the idea? Okay. So we need to steal 3 LEDs from the strips on the broadside sword, or the broad sides of the sword. So that means they go from, what is it, the 30. I think it just means that one strip on the back side of the sword has one less segment. Yeah, that's definitely the solution. Because the blade, it's gonna be a lot more symmetrical. So before, with the blade, I had these just slightly off-centered. And so one of the LEDs kind of shined off from the center point. This is going to be even better because we're going to have an LED that shines directly from the tip. Something that we didn't have before. So this is all for the best. This is for the good of the project. Where did my tape measure go? This one here. 2, 3. Three, 6, 9. 3 outside. Yeah, no, okay. I'm being silly. I'm getting so wrapped up and confused in all the, the different cuts that I need to do here. I think we just need to just start. You know, measure once, cut twice. The thing I'm confident about is our blade. And from that test that we just did, it doesn't seem to matter what order we have these in. I mean, technically, we could create some sort of patterns in the future if we had access to the logic board on here, but we don't. So we are kind of limited to already what's preset on that remote, wherever it's run off to. It's around here somewhere. So this is going to go edges here, and I want to make sure that that third ID is right there. Here. So that's gonna be fun soldering too. I may be able to just like insert hot wire into plastic here, add a little bit of solder. Who knows, it might be good to go. Or I fear this little plastic bit just catches on fire from the heat. Who knows? That's the most pessimistic view that I have. We'll probably do a test on a piece that is definitely not seen. Okay, we're done on the side. So now this needs to be cut up into 4 equalish parts. One of them is going to be, I think, smaller than the rest. Unless this goes down and there's a solder. Nope, there's. If there was a solder point right at the end, I'd be like, wow, okay, we are cut right in half. It's perfectly even. The alternative is one of them is longer than the rest. Or, ooh, we have 3 LEDs to play with. That's fun. We could have 3 LEDs to play with in the hilt. We can put it anywhere. Now that I have a kind of a better understanding of how to wire these up, we aren't really limited to having it so linear either. This just got a little bit more fun, actually. How many pieces could we give to? Also, I would want... So each segment is only 3 LEDs. 3 LEDs is kind of nice to be... It could be little details on the hilt. You could have even more. Looking that's the direction. Goes up, maybe. And shines up this way. Sort of. It could cast light onto the blade if they are out on the edges. So a very big hilt. Or if they are like this, then they turn into... Yeah, I think I want at least two segments each. Do we have it in the hilt? No, I think, or in the handle is too much. Just asking for it to short with all the extra physical wear that we'll add to it. So we were to take out 2 segments to use for the hilt. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 segments. That's a terrible number, so we give 3 segments to the hilt. And we'll have 16, divides into 4 perfectly, and that means we have 12, 12, 12, 12, and 3 one-piece segments. I like that. Okay. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a cut. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a cut. One, 2, 3, 4. Solder joint there. I don't know if that's going to make it easier or harder for me to work with. We'll find out. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 3. So I don't think we're actually going to get these guys wired in today. We will leave some exposed connection points that we can hopefully solder into. I shouldn't use words like hopefully, you know, when we're working like this. We'll leave connection points that we can solder into, and they'll probably just be the ones that we use for these guys. I actually just realized, how am I going to connect them? I'm gonna chew on that one for a moment. Let's stick down the blade. Sorry, I have that notification here. It's bothering me. Okay. Story time. Pretty sure this is the song. I really enjoyed this song, okay? I've had it in my music library for months now. Like, no, probably since the beginning. I think this is since I started making YouTube videos. I got this song from YouTube's audio library, and I mean, either way, it's from YouTube's audio library, whether it's from months ago or from a year and a half ago. I've really enjoyed this song. And recently, on my last live stream, I got copyright stricken from, get this, Merlin Entertainments. You're asking yourself, who's Merlin? Why does this bother you so much, Dylan? Well, Merlin Entertainment is a giant Chinese conglomerate company who is has their stakes in a lot of media conglomerates and or media organizations. Specifically, what I had interacted with them on a professional level was in the architecture world. I worked at a firm that specializes in entertainment parks, theme parks. Think like Lionsgate was a big client of theirs, and so Merlin was a client of theirs as well. Legoland China was a project that I had my hands on, and this company was kind of just, I don't know, they rubbed me the wrong way. They buy up everything they can just to say that we have the rights of this, now pay us. And this is exactly what they've done to a piece of music that I've been using for a long time, that I have had the right to legally. And so now I have to, I mean, it doesn't even bother me, or affect me, I should say. It bothers me a lot. But it doesn't really affect me on like as a YouTuber, financially or anything at all. I don't make money from YouTube at all yet. I'm not a big enough channel for that. So, I mean, if you're here and you're not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. It seriously does help me a lot. It gets the algorithm to pick me up a bit more, and hey, maybe you'll even catch some more of my studio streams. I got off track here. Anywho, doesn't affect me at all on YouTube. It bothers me a lot, and it sets a precedent that, hey, we can just take whatever we want and say we own this now, pay us. And it's like, hey, no, you didn't. I had the right to this. Did you just buy the license all of a sudden, and I have my audio license revoked for it? Well, then what about all the other videos that I have uploaded? Are you gonna start saying that you now want a cut of any future revenue that you're gonna hear that song on. Like, I was told I could use it. Very frustrating. I'm only starting to get on YouTube, like popular on YouTube, I should say. And then I'm already dealing with the bureaucracy of it. It's kind of frustrating. What was really the most frustrating part of it was that it was this seeing this company who says they have the rights to this product that I don't believe they do. And it's just so happens to be the same company that I've had I don't know, uncomfortable work experiences with, I should say. The most frustrating part was I was working as an architect at this firm and not nearly making enough to like even visit some of these parks that I'm working on. It's like, it's very frustrating as a designer. Yeah. Wait, I'm quite happy with this. I think that works out really nicely. And I'm gonna have to find a way to make it a little more opaque, because I don't like how much we can just see the LEDs there. Not that great, but it went down perfectly. Right in there perfectly. These guys are going to be the more challenging piece. I'm thinking I just remove it and then I plaster over it. I think I had the right intentions at the beginning of the stream when I was cutting both sides. And then I opened it up like a flat. I don't know, I think I had in my mind that I was performing surgery, right? And just like I had described earlier. And I was just like, you know what they do in surgery? They like lift open flaps. That would be fun. That would make for a good, interesting shot. I don't know. Mine's all over the place tonight. I mean, that still very much feels like surgery. Some cleanup of this before we put that back in place. Very intense song. feel like it's appropriate. You know, we're doing a very intense surgical procedure. Hmm. Whew. This is one of those breather moments. Hmm. Okay. Have to do before we get everything pasted back down tonight. Hmm. Can you imagine this song is royalty free? I need a little like to continue. Oh, it's right here. Pink. I mean, that would be very disappointing if my stream just ended like right. That would have been needed. Oh, that's why. 1, 2, 3. I'm strap. It's the help one. Let's tie this up. Put this in this. I'm having difficulty getting these lines, and I'm not getting as many LEDs on this side as I anticipated. do. I didn't truck the side like I did the other side. Sounding like there's snowplows outside on the streets. Wondering if the snow is hitting us in here in Toronto. Take a break here shortly. Great, most fun part is yet to come. I need to solder. I'm nervous. Not good at it. We should be testing our ability to do this. We're going to learn how to do this properly, or we're going to take some time to do this cleanly. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to set this up. This is our hilt strip, and I'm going to put this into a, I don't know, helping hands or something. I'm going to get my soldering iron, and I'm going to give it a good run. I'm trying to just add some wires to the end of this. We'll see how I end up. Hopefully, well. And if it's quick, then we'll do the rest of it tonight. If it's not so quick, then that's probably gonna be it for tonight. So yeah, I don't know. I'll take a break, see how we're feeling, and we'll play it by ear. Otherwise, we have them laid in, and I'm pretty happy with that. So let's just learn how to these things now without shorting them. Can even go one step further and test with these bad boys. Yeah, we can also test with this. So we'll start with these guys because they're practically garbage already. We'll try to solder to one of these ends, and then we'll give it a good college try on the one that has the weatherproofing, and then after that, all goes well, we'll do this guy too. So, stick around. It'll be about 20-ish minutes. Where's my mouse? Oh, it's off. I turned it off. So I figured it would press something.
was just preparing some wires. Hmm. So we've got red for R, green for G, and black for B. I don't have any blue ones, I'm sorry. Or that would be more particular. And then white is our 12 volt, so I chose a slightly larger gauge. All right, I've got our soldering wire, or soldering iron heating up. Wire fix here. All right, I think we should start with this guy and just see how difficult it is to solder onto these. 'Cause I've never done it. I've seen people do it. It seems easy. But I don't know. Maybe they've got a special soldering setup that they, or settings, just the right temperature or something, and I don't know what that is, but I can't ever seem to get it just right. We need something to solder safely on top of. A battery, right? Just put that on top of there. Just, this old can of primer. If we get any accidental solder to it, I'm not going to be concerned about that. I just want to have to, like, I don't want to explain myself right now. I just think this is a better idea than using helping hands. For whatever reason. It might not be. I might regret this decision. I'll just do one. I'll do both sides. Just gonna add a tiny little bit of flux to this. We're gonna try starting with the hardest one, the 12 volt. I mean, it's not gonna be any different than any of the other connections. They're all gonna be just as difficult. It's just the 12 volt's the most important one. Can't screw that one up. There, ready. Soldering iron looks filthy. Doing? Okie dokie. You've got that. We might want to pre-apply some solder to the spot, maybe? And last but not least, let's put on a ridiculous mask. I just don't like the idea of whatever those fumes are. I know it's not lead, but I don't like the idea of breathing it in. So, we've got this going on, and it always does something fun with my long hair. Okay. So, I've heard the best way to do contact solders is to first heat up the spot a little bit. Maybe I have the wrong tip. Sorry. Like, why do I suck at soldering? Maybe I have the wrong tip. I always go for this, like, little fine thing. Maybe that's not a good idea. Let's proceed. If I have difficulty, maybe that's an idea to change.
It's starting to get hot on my fingies. I don't want to solder to this. Solder. Solder. You soldered. You did it. Okay, so we got solder stuck to that spot. Whew. Okay, I don't want to do more than one contact at a time because it's gonna get too much heat stuck on that area. But we've melded solder to that copper. That's the first challenging bit. We continue one wire at a time. One wire at a time. Next I'm going to get some. Next I'm going to raise this up. Maybe you can see a bit better what we're doing. I'm gonna bring you guys. I don't have the other way around. I don't have the other way around, so we're just going to this shot. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna add some. I can't. I wish I had 3 hands. This is where those helping hands play. Where are they? Hold. Can't match that. Let's solder to it. Cool. Now, theoretically, we don't need that anymore. Be able to just heat these up together. It's so pretty, I did it! So proud of myself. Are you connected? Can I send 12 volts down you? Woo! Let's just assume it works. Next one. I should maybe apply flux to the contact. Maybe that's what I was missing the first thing. That's why it was so challenging. Flux. A bit of flux to contact here. I didn't apply flux the first time because, well, how am I going to apply flux to that? The rubber coating. Maybe I guess I have to peel it up. Oh, who's next? We've got green. Gee. Oh, flux. I understand it now. It's an oil And the oil is used to distribute the heat onto the surface. I feel like it's so obvious now. That's why I want flux. Trying to spread the heat onto the contacted area. But like, I guess if I use too much, it can be detrimental to my solder. Okay. That's good. Not that hard. It's just like I need to take my time with that. I think. It being my usual rushy rush song. I may have soldered that to the paint can. It's gonna be interesting when we try to pull it up and it just sticks. Sure. Okay. I think we've done it.
Let's do our setup. Oh, goodness. Convoluted. Let's do it. Theoretically, there's nothing telling me that I've done something incorrect, other than my 12 volt, which I didn't use flux, which I should have. I should have used flux. But hey, this is our test of test strips. First of many. Let's do this method using the same controller. Sorry, Navi, you gotta go.
Navi 1.0, by the way. I don't know if you've been catching my Tuesday streams, but I've been working on new fairies. So, new version of Navi and a other companion fairies, Tattle and Tail from Majora's Mask. So that's been fun. We got a much better look for the wings this time. Okay. You just rest right here, dangerously between my fire hazard and my workstation. It's a good spot for you. And then this. Oh, just unplug it to stop shorts from occurring for a moment. Guys, a red one, which is going to be our actual red. Stupidly. Oh, I didn't solder to the paint can. A initial worry there. And green one. One for our 12-volt. Just stupidly red on this one. Every time we have to interact with this confused logic board, I'm gonna find it out. I'll let it know that it's stupid. And then yellow is our substitute for blue. They're practically the same. And then sure we don't have any shorts going on. Everyone's wearing pants. Hey, I call this a win. 100% success. No failing here. That wasn't that hard. I guess I do more. All right, let's add one here, and let's assume we're going to chop up this guy for the hilt into 3 parts. So this is we get to test this 3 times. And then let's see where we are from there. Although this guy already has solder connected on the joints, so I think I'm gonna utilize that. Is that cheating? That's cheating. You're right. That's cheating. Pull that back. Snip it off. We need to find a way to weather this when we're done. I'm gonna need to pick up some tamper-proof rubber, I think is what it's called. Oh, or find a non-conductive alternative. Because well bond isn't cutting it. I'll look into something. Yeah. Let's get these guys set up. Wired up. These 3. And then we are going to call it. So if you're not that interested in watching me solder for the next, I don't know, 20 minutes, it's probably how long these guys are going to take, then you're welcome to go. Class is dismissed. But if you just want to hang out with me, then that's cool too. I'm just going to be soldering for the rest of the stream, though. We leave these guys going? What a win. We're professionals at this now. We're being paid for this build, so I can put on my resume, I'm a professional now. Yeah, I'm gonna shut up. Let's just peel up a little bit there, and or maybe there's here. It's kind of overkill, but I don't see my scissors around here. I need to do some research. I need to do some research for a moment. Does it matter? Does it matter what side you power the LED strip? Does it matter what side you power an LED strip? Power, no. Data, yes. So whatever side you cut on is where the new connectors need to be from. Okay. Thank you, Google. So play it safe. And I'll always connect to the like same direction. So I guess we get to utilize these solder points here.
really go find my scissors, 'cause this is not. This is dangerous. Okay, we have 3 1 points. Oh, back in there. Shielding's trying to get away on me. No. That's frustrating. Is there another white one? Yes. Useless wire. Sorry, those. Just pull that in. There's just one tiny copper fiber that was going haywire there. Certainly would have been enough to make a pretty good short. I almost feel like this is not enough for 12 points. Although it is way more than this is a thicker wire. This one. Like, obviously it's fine. It is running on the other one. Like, it's still lit up fine. But I think it could be better. These ones are much thicker. Let's give them also a bit more to play with. This also now gives me a purpose to buy new alligator clips. See if I can't do 2 at a time. Ooh, I can. There's those 3. Pace for these guys. 2. 3. Fibers got kind of caught there.
3. Did I see that flicker? Or was that just me? Just trying to feel like if it's shorting or getting hot. I think it was just me. I think I was just seeing something. Okay, we have the beach here. So when it comes to the wires here, off camera, but making these connections for the broad side of the sword, I'm probably going to end up using all white wires so they kind of blend more in the background here, because the runes otherwise are going to pick up all the varying colors. Next stream, next Friday, we'll have the blade probably repaired if I do get around to gluing this. Otherwise, you'll see me doing that next stream, which will be fun. And we'll be wrapping up the blade finally. Yeah, been a long time coming. But, we're getting there. The sword is getting there. We're having setbacks, but with every setback, we're learning. We gain some regrets, but we have regrets for reasons, right? So we can learn from them. We don't do those things again in the future. Evidently, I didn't have a large enough regret when I first shorted out the hilt. Well, we're here, and we've learned something, and that's exciting. Soldering iron's on, heating up. How's everyone's Friday going? I don't know if anyone else uses the daily tracking mood tracker apps, but it was kind of serendipitous. Just when I asked everyone how their Friday was going, I have Dalio literally asked me the exact same thing. How was your Friday? Pretty good. This has been a pretty good stream. The surgery went well. I think we're gonna have a full recovery. We're gonna start with all the 12 volts. Let's dip them all in our flux. Should get a better applicator. Oh, I know. I ruined a brush last night with Wellbond, so just basically a silicone, I don't know, chunky knife. Maybe he'll make a good flux applicator. It fails at that too. It's getting through. It's too Friday. Ooh. That'll do. I did warn myself it was in a daze.
We'll just do them all, right? Oh. Dang, look at that. Oh. Getting pretty comfortable with this now. Doing pretty good. Should I just like prep all of my wires maybe? Assembly line this a little bit, you know? Yes. All right. Expecting too much from my helping hands, maybe. Hold all the objects. Guess we can only do 2 at a time. I'm sure there's ways you can connect to this. Just I don't have them. YouTube. I think that's my problem, is that I always just like, I'm trepidatious, it's not enough solder, not enough solder, and then I end up fiddling with it too much, and then I add too much heat to all of the metal in there. Then it begins like melting down inside of the insulation. And then my wire becomes garbage. Not anymore. Learned things. It's better. I guess should be now coated in solder. Just a hope. And I should attach nice and easy to our pre-soldered pieces there. Oh, we still need to do black. Do our stand-in for blue. All our wires are done. For that. Now I should be able to run these all up. See? Can we all see? All good angles. Peekaboo. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. there's a little flimsy fiber coming off of there. Enough to short. I don't want it to short, and all of a sudden all the greens on this little run don't work. You get snipped. Awesome. Oh. It did. Oh. Oh, it pissed me off. Damn it. We'll be watchful for the green on this one. Next is our reds. I didn't add solder to this one. Huh. I can't manage. Yeah, too big. But I got the before we actually plug them in and I potentially cause damage to anything, we'll get out our pitch tester. Hmm. Ew. Hurt myself. Ooh, got myself pretty good there. There. It's the metal, not me. That's gonna blister in the next couple days. Ooh, pretty good one. Like, I should run that under cold water. So the damage is done. It was pretty instant, and it's not hot anymore. Oh well. Got all these wonderful little wires here. I got a sore pinky.
I need to get some aloe vera later. I'm done with you. I'm mad at it now. Let's give it a test. I was gonna do a multimeter, but patience just ran out all of a sudden for some reason. So let's just test them. See if they work. We can go one at a time, or we can just keep adding to this. Like that. So we know this guy works, which is great. Just take him off. Right, yellow is the blue. Otherwise, everything is colors. Test one. It's gonna be the tiniest little strip. Even safe to do that? It controls the power. It should be safe, right? Famous last words? No, we're good. Green. Oh, jeez, what? Why are you backwards now? Coming in the other direction. Did I cross these wires? That's red. Green is green. Where's my chart? R on here should be. I had it messed up. No. To confirm, this one is working correctly. We've got red, we have green, we have blue, we have white, and we have the colors kind of in between. LEDs are kind of dumb and they can't make too many different colors. That's supposed to be yellow. That's the best it can do. That is going up into orange, but yeah, see how green it is? Because they have the green LED turned right down low. So that one's working. All right. Next up. Wait. It's working. Wall. Cool. Last but not least, waste. Look at that. Looks good to me. Okay. That's that. Yeah. If I go any further, I'm gonna be at this all night. So I gotta wrap it up. We gotta call this done for tonight. I think we have to commend ourselves though. Get out of here. We managed to get out all of the LEDs that were previously busted, right? That's better. But now we've got all nice new weatherproof LEDs installed and ready for the next step. Closing it all in. No, the next step would be wiring it up, I guess. Which I suppose we can do the hilt as well. So I'm gonna do a little prep for next Friday's stream, which will probably be adding the wires, corresponding wires to all the new strips here, and I have to like color code like the very ends of them, so that way I can do all white wires, but we'll need to make sure that we don't put 12 volts into any of the LED lights, otherwise the whole strip will die and we'll be back to square one. Wouldn't that be fun? Be the first mistake we've made. So thank you for joining me today in the studio. It's been a wonderful Friday. I've really enjoyed our time. I think surgery went well. The patient will pull through, I think. If you like what we're doing here in the studio, and you wanna support us, I say us, but it's me and these guys. Go to Patreon. I'm giving away coloring pages over there from line artwork that I'm doing. I really enjoy doing line art. It's probably my other go-to when it comes to doing crafts and stuff. So obviously you've seen some live streams of mine, which I do a lot of line art on. So I've been trying to get that out to my patrons a bit more, and so far we've got 3 free coloring pages up there, and we'll be posting one each week, or one each month. And maybe I say we because it's like if you're a patron, you can join me in this journey here in the studio, and we can make that number go that way, you know. And maybe I can replace some of my equipment with some better stuff, and we can always get more and better content out to you. So once again, thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And I will see you all on a Tuesday, where we are going to be replacing this guy, this year-old fella. We're working to replace them with version 2. So we have the planning of that somewhere. Who knows, maybe we're at the end of the YouTube video when it does that thing where the videos come up into the corners and you can click that. If you're watching live, no, that's not gonna happen. Check out the channel and like, subscribe, do all those things. Really helps me out. You really need to boost those numbers, get those numbers up, you know? Have a wonderful weekend, guys. Get crafty. I used to say that more. Be crafty. And also be like Dude. Dude's pretty cool.